Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 10 allies. We're going up against 9 enemies. And let's see how this goes. Don't kill everything, Montray. Alright, I think I've got my 2 kills. Okay, I think I got more than my 2 kills. Okay, I needed 3. So I'm good. I'm good. Let's see. Montre is in first place with 6 assists. Spider Pop is in second place, 1 kill, and Meowfa is in third, 1 assist. We have barbarians, we have shinobis. We have no one currently claiming either of those. Person with Korean name gets the shinobi. Meowfa gets the barbarians. And we get to move on to the skin chest before the boss. Alright, let me clear this so I know what to do. Oh, right. Okay, so Cyber Dolls. Everything else happens by itself. Do we have Cyber Dolls on here? I don't think so. Alright, which means that it's time for singles. And that means my Lancer. And we're going to go right here. Alrighty, so it is past 8 a.m. Time for me to check in on the shop, where anything not level 30 is getting purchased. I'm above 20k. I got a refresh. Alrighty. And back to the battlefield in half an hour to see how this turns out. Now to check in on the viewer side, where anything not level 1 is getting purchased, and I have 4 reset. There it goes to third one. And last. One stack, not horrible. Alright, I need to fix something because I forgot to do that. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Tuesday. Second day of the work week for those of us, you, who work under that schedule. I was off yesterday. Long weekend, here in Ontario, took a vacation, went to visit a friend, learned a lesson. I'm going to be bringing your computer next time I do this. It was a relaxing weekend, and I purposely didn't bring a computer. I wanted to relax. The problem is, relaxing is not exactly something I can do. I need to do stuff to keep busy, to keep occupied. So, yeah. Otherwise, things have been quiet. I hope the week started well for everyone. And yeah, hope you're energized for the week. Sorry, got distracted. Today is read and corrects. As usual, I am recording while I do this, so I will be ignoring the chat. while I'm doing the recording, and if the recording runs long, the Stream Raider battle will be delayed. To avoid that happening, I will start now by confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 90 of Breaking Step. Tibbs bypassed the guard's shield, planted the sword in its chest, and pulled up, cutting it and making it lose the last of the essence, animating it. It crumbled as it fell back. Then all that was left behind were a handful of silver coins. "Is it me?" Miss said. That would be asked. Mez asked, flaming arrow in his bow, searching for more target. "Or have the numbers of guards we keep running into increased?" "He's making up for not using magic," Tibbs said, picking up the coins. "Or," Dawn said, "the city's authority have realized criminals are roaming the streets and are looking to stamp that down." He looked up from the cut in his arm at the staring archer. "It's just a thought." "And were the criminals in those thoughts?" Mez asked unhappily. "What would you call a gang going around breaking into every house and stealing anything of value?" "Who's paying the protection money?" Jekyll asked. "That's not how it works," Mez replied. The fighter stared at him. "How else do they keep the city from devolving into chaos?" "Laws," Mez replied, raising a finger and sounding like he didn't understand why he had to explain it. "Order, enforcement, and the sentencing of those who don't obey them." "So, tyranny," Jekyll said flatly. "No, a fair system with fair laws and corresponding punishment to motivate people not to engage in criminal activities." Jekyll snorted. "Tibbs, where do you stand on city order versus chaos?" Dunn asked. He shrugged. "My street was chaos run by criminals. I never went outside of it to know what the rest of the city was like." "Forget other cities," Mez said in exasperation. "Look at Craggle Rock. The laws are, we're slave to the guild." Jekyll cut him off. "Sent in the dungeon to either die or become stronger so they can use us against whatever gets in their way. I think you're proving my point." "Okay, that's fair," the archer admitted. "But the folk living there, they don't... The guards don't bother stopping thieves from breaking into their house," Jekyll stated. "But that's just so they can train," Mez said. "They don't take anything." "Because I don't let them," Tibbs said. "And Irdian wants the guards to catch us. We're just better than they are." "Which proves my point even more," Jekyll beamed. "And remember, the nobles have their own guards against city order. That doesn't speak to a..." "Fine," Mez snapped. You made your point. There's nothing that can be done. The world's a breath away from falling into never-ending chaos." "That isn't what Jekyll is saying," Dawn said in a conciliatory tone. "It kinda is," the fighter objected. "The world isn't about to fall into chaos," Dawn insisted, glaring at the fighter. "But that isn't because criminals get stamped out. Criminals exist within an ecosystem along the rest of society. By their nature, the strongest one get challenged and they're either defeated, killed," Jekyll said. "Those weaker or are replaced, increasing the chaos and leading to more people challenging them, keeping that chaos mostly contained. Even when they are able to keep everyone in their place, it's still a disorganized system which can easily fall right back into contained chaos. It leads to a system that isn't particularly effective at disrupting the rest of a city. Jekyll's family... had, Jekyll interrupted it, had a firm hold on the criminal element, let them be more efficient in affecting the city, but even they were careful not to upset the balance so much that..." "Fine!" Mez snapped and walked off a few paces. Dawn, Jekyll asked in the stretching silence, where does a city like this keep its coffers? The bank, the sorcerer replied dismissively. No, the city coffers. Dawn pulled his attention from the sulking archer. The banks should hold most of the city's money. The rest, he considered, probably spread throughout the offices, with most at the city hall, I guess. Shouldn't we try to find the boss room instead? Tibbs asked. There's going to be more loot there. Yes, but you and Don have been going on about how the dungeon is treating this floor like a real city. I figure it's going to put the boss in the most important building, and what's more important to a city than its coffers? That's not an unreasonable assumption, Dawes said, sounding surprised. I'm going to ignore the disbelief and say thanks, Jekyll replied, grinning. So where is it? I don't know, the sorcerer replied. Don't ask me, Tibbs said as Jekyll looked at him. Unless it's a hall in a city, I don't know what a city hall is. Wouldn't that be at the end of the main road? Mez said from where he stood, sounding annoyed at contributing to the conversation. That's only true when a city is young. When a city's young, that's... When a city's young, Don replied, like how before Marketplace became a thing, we could go from the guild building to the dungeon on one road. But Marketplace broke that, and that's become more pronounced. That becomes more pronounced as a city grows. Which road is the main one will change as more important buildings are established. You read too much, Mez grumbled. And that's even more true when you remember this is a city created by a dungeon. It might know City Hall is a thing from listening to runners, but I doubt where that building is in a city would come up in those conversations. So what you're saying, Jekyll said dejectedly, is that we're stuck continuing to wander around just hoping we'll find it. Hoping we will recognize the building as such, Don corrected. It could be a copy of the permit office or something else. Each city has its own design for any of its building. This won't be any different. What about the clues the dungeon would leave? Tibbs asked. That only leads to the city hall if that's the boss room. If they're all different, how did you know it was the permit building? Don shrugged. The architecture matched drawings of multiple such buildings I came across when I read a treatise on city architecture. There's a level of efficiency where similar building methods have to be used, so it leads to similar looking building. So the city hall will be just like every other one, Jekyll said, grinning. Maybe not, Don replied. And even if it does, that doesn't help work out where it is, so we'll have to wonder. What do you believe such a structure might be used to hide? Kumdar asked. Hide? The sorcerer frowned. City halls aren't really about hiding things. It's where those wishing to do business in and with the city go to get those rights. Land leases and purchases. There might deal with some of the building rights, but most of those are handled by permit offices. So backroom deals will be hidden there. Jekyll said, bribing an official to get a piece of land that was slotted for a competitor. My dad did plenty of businesses directly with the city, and the people handling his money knew where it came from. So, also heard about a city, he said, as if he had a revelation, that outlawed sorcerers, but remained the place to go to to go for anything magical. Sebastian must have liked it there. Tibbs said, I think he's who I heard it from. Jekyll considered something. Since you said we can only find it by coming across it, how about we get moving? I may, Kumdar's eyes were closed, have an idea where to start. I thought there were too many secrets here for you to use them. Mez said. That is indeed the case, the cleric said, replied, looking to his left. But within a focus, or with secrets that big, it is possible to sense their flavor. Or if I have an idea of the secret I am searching for, I can seek to pierce the others in its favor. What you spoke of was irritably vague, but in an attempt to discern them, I smelled something reminiscent of not belonging, and with a flavor of those hiding that they are breaking the rules. I think he smelled you, Kenny whispered. How can he sense anything? The them demanded. Didn't you cloak this floor as I told you? Tibbs missed what Jekyll said, trying not to react to how loud they sounded. But the fighter was rubbing his hands eagerly, so they were moving. You told me to arrange it so he couldn't sense anything, Sto replied sharply, and I told you how much it took just to get that arrangement you had me use. How much it took? You had me use to work. What it took to get that arrangement you wanted me to use to work. Yeah, I don't like it. And I told you how much it took to get that arrangement you forced me to use. And I told you how much it took to get that arrangement you forced me to use to work. If it isn't keeping the rest of his team from sensing through that, it's on you. And before you bring it up, no, I couldn't do the whole floor. I don't think there's enough essence anywhere for something this complex on that scale. It's just around him, but large enough he can't push through. Was Tibbs telling him that if he focused hard enough, Tibbs could sense beyond this reduced range? The building was well away from the main road, but it was at the end of a road which was large enough it might have been important at one time, and the road ended at its door instead of early enough to have a yard. Even the permit office had a distance between the road bifurcating around it and the other doors. The building was larger than the library, which made it the largest he'd seen yet. It had 2 floors and stretched left and right far enough Tibbs couldn't make out where it ended. Okay, because the thing is that what he's describing as ending in the street, they are coming sideways to it. To floor stretch far enough. It took time to reach the doors. Tibbs couldn't make out where. Where the rest ended. All right. The building was larger than the library, which made it the largest he'd seen yet. It had 2 floors and stretched far enough it took time to reach the double doors, and Tibbs couldn't make out where the rest ended. The walls were made of stone in a variety of color, arranged in what felt like random. When they started, the windows were narrow. The windows that lined the outside were narrow, close together, and had light shining through with an occasional shadow blocking it. I told you settling here was a bad idea, Kenny said. You said to pick a place that wasn't obvious. Stowe replied. What's less obvious than some building in a shadowed corner of the city? They'd never have come here if Commodore hadn't smelled some secret. The king's residence is where all the good stuff is hidden. Tibbs looked up in surprise and almost asked if Stowe had said that to help him. Yes, Stowe whispered. That's for you. They're gone to check on something, but don't talk. I have no idea when they'll be back and or how far they can hear. Be I don't want to be deep in conversation if they manifest back here. You really should get your team to go there instead, Kenny whispered. We set what you'll... I'm sensing them, Stowe hissed, and they fell silent. Tibbs? Jekyll called again, and he shifted his focus so he wouldn't give away to the them he hadn't been paying attention to his team. Care to make sure the door won't kill us? Tibbs studied the building. It's not studied. Looked at the building as he approached the door, trying to come up with a way to convince Jackal to go elsewhere. But one? But one? Okay, what the? But by telling him... Okay, I think it feels like I deleted an entire phrase here. But we couldn't think of one other than telling him Stowe had directed him to a better place. Unless... He breathed his worry aside and readied himself. He could accomplish two things here. I'm pretty sure that's... Test how hard it was to push his sense through the fog and then have them go elsewhere. He pushed it. All right. He pushed his sense, but before it went far, he staggered back, trying to make sense of what's wrong. Jekyll asked, catching him. Is the door's trap that hard? There's no trap, he whispered. It's something else. He struggled to find the right word. There's a hole in the building. That wasn't even close. Should I bother asking how he knows about that? The them asked, and Tibbs barely heard Don's question. You don't mean something we can use to get in, do you? How should I know? Stowe replied. You saw just how many elements he has. Same as me. You can't expect me to know everything he does. Let me think, Tibbs said, raising a hand to silence the other's question. He needed to hear what they were talking about. I'm surprised you never heard of something like this, Kenny said. Those like you traveled to many dungeons. One of them has to have reported back about another one. About something like him. Something like this. One of them has to have reported something like that. Or reported back something like this. No, the dam didn't sound happy. There has been no mention of someone like him, and I didn't come across one of them in all the dungeons I had to discipline. If I had, I'd know how to crush him. That isn't what... This is an aberration, Stone Mountain Crevice. It doesn't represent the runners. You should have destroyed it. You should have destroyed it the instant you understood how dangerous it was. He isn't dangerous, Stowe protested. He's just another runner. A runner who can pull the essence out of your creations and make his way through you without effort. Do you want to give him the time to work out how to manage that and then drain you completely? He wouldn't do that. And what do you think he's thinking about right now? Can't you send something to stop him? He's too clever. If you give him time, he'll... We should go elsewhere, Tibbs said, over the rest of the them's comment because staying silent was inviting trouble. But there's loot here, right? Jekyll asked. He looked at Don. It is the city hall, right? I don't know. It could be. And you said the door isn't trapped, the fighter said, his expression hopeful. But it's under the building, right? Tibbs tried to think of anything that would destroy the hope while getting them away. But the only thing he had would tell them he could hear them. Maybe even that Stowe had talked to him. We need to stay away from that thing, he finally said. No going down, Jekyll promised. Wouldn't that be where they keep their money? As asked. The vaults are always under the buildings in the bard's songs. Jekyll turned to Comdar. Is the secret under the building? I do not know. Unlike the other secrets, this one has become diffuse as we approached, rather than gaining definition. Is it better hidden? Tibbs asked, considering if it was something the them was hiding. The cleric closed his eyes. I do not know. I have never encountered such a secret before. Therefore, I am unable to explain why or how it is countering me. He looked at Don. I'd help if I could, but what you can do wasn't part of any book I've read. I can say that the secret is indeed here, somewhere within this building, but that is all I am capable of stating. Maybe we shouldn't risk it, Tibbs said. There's going to be more loot elsewhere. Are you not curious as to what is hidden here? The cleric asked in dismay. Tibbs hesitated. The them had been in the city. Was that what Tibbs had felt watching him? They seemed to know some things about how he thought. Did they know how curious he usually was? What if the secret is where that thing is? What if it isn't loot? Maybe what you're sensing is that hole? He shuddered at the idea of getting closer to it. And we're so far from everything. There can't be good loot here. Jekyll placed a hand on his shoulder. Tibbs, if Comdar's secret is close to that, or even if that's where the loot is, we'll turn around and leave. But we're right here. And you're the one who said how crafty the dungeon is. This place has to have great loot, especially because it's far from everything else. He grinned. You'll see. We're going to find something great. I thought he was the stupid one in this group, the vamp said. This is about loot, again he replied. He's kind of stubborn when loot is involved. Then you are better be well hidden. You are better be as well hidden as you think, Stone Mountain crevice, because anytime one of their kind has found a dungeon's core, they have destroyed it. And that concludes Chapter 90 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe. Hit the bell. If you want to read the story, as well as the other books in the series, they are up on Royal Road. Actually, it was today. The first book is probably available on Amazon too. And if I think the links are anyway. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, let's take care of this. Alright. Is that... I figured that was going to. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 29 allies. We're going up against 9 enemies. And we are off. Woozler's in first place. Spider's in second. Spider is in third as Evadine takes over first. Spider Pup is in third. Evadine gets second again. And with that, we're done. We have won. Woozler is in first place, 1 kill, 10 assists. Evadine is in second place with 7 kill. Spider Pup is in third with 4 assists. We've got gold. Do we have the Lady Wrights? A Dr. Derp? How about an O Natikun? Blue or Swede? Nope. The gold is up for grabs. Monks and musketeers are not currently claimed by anyone. So, Montre gets gold, Zaid the Wolf Musketeer, and Miafa gets monked. And I get scrolls. And now we get to go against the boss. All right, okay, we have these guys. I need how many? How many? 4. Well, I probably won't get that with this. 130. Actually, maybe. We'll see. Da, 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 da. And, yeah, half an hour to see how this turns out. I just need to deal with one little thing. Alright. Alrighty, so I will start with the next chapter. I am confirming the microphone is on. Let's not turn that off. Confirming the desktop audio is turned off. I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 91 of Breaking Step. The doors had locks, but they weren't engaged. Tibbs focused on sensing the door harder, trying to find a trap, but there were no weaves through the stone. Through the stone. Is this place like the permit office? Tibbs asked, where anyone can come and go? Not just anyone will be allowed in, I expect, Don replied, but yes, merchant and the nobility would simply go in. Why have a lock then? Jekyll asked. Because the city hall wouldn't be accessible all day long? The sorcerer answered. So it made sense for the door to be unlocked. It didn't reassure Tibbs. Genny was going to use that against them at some point. He pulled on one door and it slowly opened. The floor to the large lobby had a layer of dust that Tibbs would guess had a few months old in a normal building. Instead of one long counter divided for each teller, 1 and 3 desks were set through the room with seats on each side. Opposite them, a large stairwell led to a balcony supported by 4 stone columns decorated with inlaid metal, which went around the... Where is everyone? Mez asked. Tibbs looked at the floor again, and the lack of tracks in the dust registered. I don't know, Don replied. I doubt it would be as busy as the permit office, but there should be city servants waiting for people. Maybe no one talked about how the city hall works? The archer offered, and the sorcerer shrugged. At least, Jekyll said, there's no danger of you getting in line with the others. Which means there will be another kind of danger, Don replied. Tibbs used air to remove the dust from the floor before them and exposed 6-sided tiles of the same color. The same color as what? Tibbs used air to, to remove the dust from the floor before them and expose six-sided tiles of the same deep brown color, the size of his palm. The walls were lined with stone benches and pots between them, with a dark-colored leaf plant in them. That had to be something Stowe had created, since Tibbs couldn't guess how a plant would survive without care for however long the building had been here. That and the dust. He sensed the floor, and again there were no weaves, or at least none he could sense. He couldn't forget this fog might block his sense in ways he didn't understand yet. He sent water over the floor, sensing for cracks and gaps through it. He sensed none, but he also couldn't entirely rely on this either. Even on the third floor, Ganny had become adept at masking the physical triggers. Still, he had one way to neutralize those she couldn't do anything about. He iced the water. I don't sense essence triggers, but stay on your guard. The fog is messing with that. The only thing the dungeon made are the plants and the dust. Are the plants creatures? uh, to me, it's obvious it would be a dawn question, but Tibbs considered that. They had to be, since Stowe had made them, but they don't have any more essence than real plants. I think they're just decoration, for now. If the building's empty, Jekyll said, maybe I was wrong about there being loot here. I saw movements. I saw movement at the window on the other floor. Mess said before Tibbs could go along with Jekyll's idea. The fighter smiled. Well then, we know where to start. It would be wise, Commodore said, to remember that regardless of what you expect, it is possible the golem Mez noticed or noticed nothing more than props in how the dungeon believed this building functions. And that isn't because we didn't notice any of the windows on this floor. Dawn added that there are none. Okay, I need to check something. Walls were made of stone. Arrangements for the windows that line the outside close together had light shining through with an occasional shadow blocking it. Okay, and then this I'm going to... And it's possible those shadows against the windows on this floor, Dawn added, were golems standing still and waiting for... Of course. For someone to enter. Can you sense any, Tibbs? Jekyll asked. Tibbs breathed this fear down. It wasn't because he usually pushed his sense in every direction when he extended it that he had to do that. That he had to do that now. He often focused it on something. Only those tended to be close items. Only those tended to be close. Bin? Yeah. Extending his sense in only one direction wasn't the same. To be safe, he began with the floor above them, pushing his sense up instead of around. that was working, and with his worry easing, he could focus on studying the fog for an indication of the golem Mez had noticed. There, a ripple in the fog. This wasn't like the sorcerers in the library. They'd used an etching to hide. This was the fog interacting with. The form was like a person from outside, not the ones Stowe had made as living in the city. Now that he knew what to sense for, he could make out more of them. A lot more. Some were seated, some stood, but didn't move, while others walked back and forth along the wall before the window. It was a short walk that had the feel of only being there to attract attention from outside. There's definitely people upstairs, he said. Sorry, there's definitely golden people upstairs, he said, lowering his sense to this floor. There were also many of them, and there was something else below. Tibbs? Jekyll held him, sounding near panic. Tibbs, come on, talk to me. I'm okay, he replied, but his voice sounded off. Why was Jekyll holding him, and why did his head feel like lightning had exploded in it? Are you sure? Don asked, sounding concerned. He's been calling your name for a while. I was sensing the floor then. He tried to piece together the fragment, then shuddered. My sense brushed against the thing under us. You screamed at pain, Jekyll said. I caught you before you hit the floor, but you weren't answering me. At least he'd reflexively pulled his sense in. I don't think I should use my sense this close to it. I don't want to accidentally sense more of it. At least that mistake of yours is good for something, the them said. If you tell me how to undo it, I would, Stowe replied. And I have told you, I don't know what it is. Everything here is older than what I know. I don't understand how you don't know how you caused it. Stowe doesn't always pay attention to what he does when he's just playing around with essence to see what will happen. You weren't paying any more attention to it, Stowe protested. That isn't why I'm here, she replied in a stiff tone. I warned you about the danger of using void without care, but you didn't listen to me. I did listen. That's why I did it in that room. Doing it in a room you have no idea what it does isn't being careful. It's the opposite. I'm with them on this one. Tibbs? Jekyll asked, sounding worried again. Sorry. He rubbed his temple and tried to tune out the argument. He couldn't tell if Genny was really angry or if she and Stowe were acting for some reason. Don is right. There are people golems on this floor. This is a big building, Jekyll said, eyeing the stairs. Maybe we should just do the second floor? That's where the boss will be, and with the boss is the best loot. You can't be certain of that, Don said. Tibbs? Jekyll said, grinning. How about you tell Don where the boss is? No. He ignored the look of betrayal. I didn't sense anything that could be the boss creature, and I'm not extending my sense again to look for it. I'm not risking... He shuddered. I understand, but they have always been at the end of... The dungeon gets craftier with each run, Jackal, Don said, exasperated. How many... Whoops. No. The dungeon gets craftier with each run, Jackal, Don said, exasperated. How many buildings have we gone through that didn't have a boss? The houses don't count, the fighter replied. The permit building did. The library probably has one too, Mez said. We don't know that, Don replied. Everything the dungeon does is a test. If I were the dungeon, after sending us to the end of each floor to find the boss, I'd put it right by the entrance and laugh at all the runners passing it by because they expect it to be on the other side of the city. That's not actually a bad idea, Kenny said. I wouldn't laugh, Stowe replied solemnly. Tibbs rubbed his temple and wished they wouldn't comment. Searching the entire building just because the boss might be on this floor is going to take too long. Starting with the upper floor just because you think that's where the boss will be is going to take just as long. And what's the hurry? We can afford to be systematic since it's going to still be here on the next run. And considering there's only 4 teams doing this floor, I'm sure we can convince someone to put us back on the schedule early. Who's the 4th? Mez asked before Tibbs could point out that getting on the schedule again would take coins. I only heard about Miranda's team clearing the third floor. I don't know. Some team of knights. Mayhaps we should retrain the focus on what is important instead of discussing who else runs this floor, Kumdar said. If we do not, if we do not have a method by which to determine what is the best way, does it matter which one we pick? Oh, it does, Don replied, pointing to the door to their left. That's the closest door, which means the closest one to potential loot, he added, and Jackal shut his mouth. You're just playing on my love of loot, the fighter grumbled. Of course, Don replied, then his confidence faltered. Is it working? Jackal let out a defeated sigh and headed for the door. That's a yes, Tibbs said, grinning as he followed the fighter. And that concludes chapter 91 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read this book and the other in the series, they are up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process that is on my Patreon, we're about 20 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Metal, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Wait. Hello, Metal. I think my microphone was turned off, so welcome to the stream. Did I? Yeah. Yeah. The big downside with Restream as a chat manager is I don't see who's in the chat. I also don't have a timestamp, which means I don't know. Can I actually change that? Hey, Bubicus, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Yeah, I cannot put timestamps. That's annoying. I like having a timestamp. I like having timestamp since a lot of time I forget. I miss somebody's comment and I like to know, how long it took me. You are good. I am glad to hear that. What are you up to today? You wrote 1,500 words. Very nice. Congratulations. Hoping to get 2,000 today. Well, I wish you luck. I hope it happens. This morning here, it is read and correct. I have one more chapter of Breaking Step to do. Then it will be The World Which Is, and after that, I'll do 2 chapters of Once Broken. You will not be too saddened if it lasts, but you should be able to get at least 1,000. Always be proud of whatever word you manage to write. Any word is a good amount. It's good to have goals, but they should not be used to make you feel like you should not be writing. But yeah, I hope you achieve your goal. Yeah, okay, good. I did write that down properly. I just need to do something about it. You left up at a difficult place to continue from last night. So how is it difficult? Character dropped a conversation bomb. Figure out how everyone is going to react. Ah, yeah, that can be difficult. Um, my way of dealing with situations like that And I am saying this is my way of dealing it. I tend to use situations like that as a chapter break, as a chapter ending. And then, um, especially in my first draft, I will start the then the next chapter later, and I may have people reflect on what happened instead of having the reaction immediate. If things work out well, when I do the second draft, I may rewrite that as a direct, I may then incorporate it within the flow of of the conversation. But I've discovered that one of the way that I work out problems is retroactively by putting my characters in the future and then addressing what happened instead of immediate after the fact. Oh, wasn't that impossible, and now I can play with the reaction. And you know it's a way that works for me. Just need to just push through. Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, yeah, what your method is doesn't know why it's a conversation bomb yet. Ah, okay. Yeah. And you find the method that works for you. You work it the way that works for you. That's, that is how it goes. But yeah, I you know, again, what works for you is what I'm always trying to undercut what I'm saying. I need to stop that. Right. Is this ready? Oh, it is not. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 24 allies. We're going up against 21 enemies. And I get, 8 kills. Wow. Cool. I hope those were all the cyber dolls, so that I can be done with that. Let's see. Sergeant K Dog is in first place. Sigma's in second. Becca Stinks is in third. And now we are going against the boss. We may actually, or maybe not. I thought that we might need the backup this time, but no, looks like, yes, good, I'm glad of that. Alrighty, so Sergeant Kate Dog is in first place with 6 kills. Becca Stinks is in second place, 1 kill, 4 assists, and Sigma OS is in third with 5 assists. We have Shinobis, we've got Centurions, we've got nobody interested in them at this time. So, Spider gets the Shinobis, Monterey gets the Centurions, and we get to move on to the next map. You are late. Let's see. We have skin and gold. So we start with a hard chest on the way to the skin chest. Sorry. Hard battle on the way to the skin chest and event token. All right. So I'm on singles. And you know what? At this point, we're just going to go here. Deal with the quest. 22 event tokens. And you are going up. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. And now I will do the third chapter of Breaking Step. I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 92 of Breaking Step. The hall stretched far ahead of them with lots of doors in it facing each other. Unlike in the lobby, the floor was made of wood slats arranged at an angle to the direction of the hall. From? In. Nah. The silence made Tibbs want to sense around to confirm where the Golem people were, but the memory of his sense brushing against what was under them kept that in check. Each door had a polished metal plaque next to it with words that had been stamped into them. The letters were Arcanus, but Tibbs couldn't tell what it said. Don shook his head when he glanced at him. Did it mean that they were part of the original building, unlike the plaque in the boss room in the permit office? Or were these rooms not important enough overall to bother having the letters say actual words? He removed the dust in the process of checking the floor closest to the closest door on his right and approached it. The lock was simple, more so than the one protecting the houses. Unlocking it only took seconds and wouldn't take much longer with only toothpick. There was a sense to them of only serving as an indicator people shouldn't enter instead of actively preventing anyone from doing so. The room was quite small. The desk of polished stone, a chair, a desk a desk of polished stone, a chair behind two before, a cabinet behind that, and barely enough room to move around them. If they were slightly larger, if they were made for normal-sized people, Tibbs wasn't sure how anyone would move through the room. Next to the cabinet, a thin but tall window let him look out onto the road that lined the building. The stone floor had no dust and had lost its polish on a path around the desk and to the back. Is that what to take or what to avoid? Is that what to take, Jekyll asked, or what to avoid? It just shows where people have stepped on repeatedly, Don said, like how the floor in the inn is scuffed around the table into the kitchen. Tibbs studied the floor. Without tiles, there were no simple ways there was to tell where triggers might be. He extended a narrow portion of his sense before him, and there was no essence triggers. He iced the floor. Stay outside. I can only sense 2 paces ahead of me with what's under us. It's not like we can fit in there, Mez commented. Is that thing directly under us? Don asked. I don't know, and I'm not risking sensing to find out. He took his time, conscious that the smallness of the room could be a way to make him be careless. But in no time he was behind the desk, and there had been no triggers. A stack of papers were on the left of the chair, bound in leather. Next to it was a tube with a tapered end that reminded him of a nib of a quill. But there was no ink pot, so it might be another tool. Some other tool. The 3 drawers were locked, but like the door, easy to open. The top one had papers in neat stack with an open wooden box on top containing more of those tubes. The second one was empty, and the third had a pouch. Tibbs barely pulled his hand away on the way to grabbing it before the thin blade slammed into the front of the drawer. Stowe chuckled. Hadn't he just reminded himself not to get careless as he crossed the room? He checked for a second trap before taking the pouch. It contained 7 unstamped silver coins and a small brass key with an odd arrangement of teeth. He put the coins back into the pouch. And lobbed it at Don, but Jekyll caught it, quickly pulling one, grinning as he looked it over. Does it mean anything? He asked as he surveyed the cabinet. Tibbs asked as he surveyed the cabinet. He inserted the key in the lock and it clicked when he turned it. With the recent reminder, Tibbs took his time looking for traps. They could be part of the theme, Don offered. Wouldn't every other coin we found be like those then? Mez asked. Tibbs opened the cabinet and looked at the 3 elegantly worked crystal bottles. One contained a green liquid, one a yellow, and another blue. Tibbs didn't recognize the way the essence mixed in them, but the colors were indicative of what he could expect. Why had Stowe gone back to those instead of continuing with the pastries? They hold a secret, Commodore said, as Tibbs searched for another trap. He found it, but it was deactivated. Sensing, he traced the mechanism to the lock. He filled it with water to understand how it worked. Do you have a sense of what it is? Don asked. That explained why the teeth were so odd. There was a lever the key moved as it was put in, which slipped the panel out of the way, allowing the last 3 teeth through, and those disarmed the trap. Even knowing those were there, Tibbs couldn't think how he'd get to them with regular lockpicks. Especially getting the entire lock to turn as one. It does not extend beyond this building. More than that, I cannot tell. Are you sensing as far as you can? Tibbs asked, opening the door with Opening the door with the trap active would have shattered the bottle. Was that part of the theme, or because the bottle were important to solve this building? Of course. Carefully, he took the bottles as one at a time and placed them on the desk. Can't you sense what's under us then? I cannot. Did this mean Stowe was lying when he said it was an accident and this was targeting him specifically? No. Stowe had mentioned the accident a long time ago, and the them had sounded surprised it had affected him. If no one had expected it, then it had to be the result of having all his elements. Something about that let him sense it. Are we storing those? Don asked. Take the essence one, Jekyll replied. May I ask, Kamdar, which one do you want? Which one of you wants the healing? The other can take the stamina one. A quick consultation, and the cleric took the healing one. The room opposite was a mirror of the previous one, minus the pouch and cabinet. Instead, the corner held a small safe, its door open. The papers in it were written using the arcanus, and the placement of the words, how they most okay of the words, how they mostly looked the same from page to page, along with the embellishment, reminded him of the promises he stole from the brokerage. He stored them in his pouch. Maybe Darren would know the language and tell him if they were worth something. Jekyll looked down the corridor. If all the rooms are like this, it's going to take a long time. You're just annoyed there's no one to fight, Mez said. Oh, again, he said. Are they in for a surprise? Jekyll stared at the archer. Well, yeah. Tibbs did sense people on this floor, Kamdar said. And if we have to fight through each of the rooms, Don said this is going to take even longer to find the boss room. Which is above us, Jekyll pointed out. We don't know that for sure, Jekyll replied as Tibbs headed for the next door. A gong sounded as he sent water into the lock, and before he wondered if he triggered it, the doors opened and disgorged golem people who headed in their direction with the dispassion he'd seen on clerks after a long day. There were so many it would be impossible not to. Don't let them touch you, Kamdar yelled as Jekyll punched one. The change was immediate. The dispassion was replaced with rage. Some pulled swords, others knives, some simply snarled and made claws of their fingers. Someone keep an eye on Dawn, Jekyll said as the mass rushed them. Tibbs used his shield to block attack after attack, but was still pushed until he lost sight of the others. A sword tip pierced out of Tibbs's chest, then was hurriedly yanked out. Meant to keep that one focused on me, Mez said, his bow passing over Tibbs's head to hit the golem before him. This is too close quarters. Tibbs suffused himself with earth and shouldered his way through those. Those before him then turned and readied himself for their attack. Instead, they remained focused on the archer, and they were more at Tibbs's back. With a curse, he placed the etching within his forming sword and didn't bother with precision. The golem clerks wore normal clothing, so it easily cut through, and the line left behind on the gray stone-like flesh iced, spreading quickly. He swung as wildly as the clerks tried to claw at him, and he cut slowly slowed. And he cut slowed them as ice spread. But they stepped on each other, raging to reach him. He blocked the knife, slapped the sword aside with his. He willed etching and sent them at the. He willed etching and. He willed etching. Okay. He willed etchings and sent them at the others, and still more came. Fine. An etching of light, only a little of it, with the filigree of Ike and Fay too. The collision against the wall made his head ring, but the golems weren't there anymore. He shook his head and regretted it. He suffused himself with purity and it cleared. He had to remember there was no delay with that etching. He wanted to make it well away from he wanted to make it well away from him next time. Save the potions and pastries, he told the others. I can heal everyone. He stared at the one golem still standing, unmoving, under the sheen of ice. I managed to only get small cuts, Mess said. I could use your help, Don said in a pained tone. Tibbs pulled his attention off from the frozen golem. The sorcerer had a hand over his stomach, and the fabric was damp. I hate being this close to the fighting. Tibbs had a weave of purity on the injury. Let's confirm that that's on the. While the others confirm they only had minor injury. Yeah, on the wound. While the others confirmed they only had minor injuries. How come that one is still standing? Jekyll asked. Tibbs looked over his shoulder as he sensed purity spread through the wound. I didn't have time to make the etching destructive. I figured the fighting would break them. So I just punch it? That's how you started this, Don said bitterly. Might as well end it the same way. You might as well end it that way. He looked at Tibbs. That was a new etching, wasn't it? Don asked as the golem shattered under the punch. The ice, not the explosion. A variation on something I've done before. A fight isn't the place to try something new, Don said with a tired sigh. I told you before. I know. And yet, here it is again. Tibbs shrugged. It's when I think of it. He moved to heal Maz. Then you keep them in mind for when you train after the run. Tibbs snorted. What training? I can't do this with Alistair, and the rest of the time I'm busy with everything else. The archer's injuries healed faster. The oneness exercises? I breathe. Tibbs replied non-committally when he thought about it, and he probably had done enough, since most of the time it helped. These coins are stamped, Jekyll said, picking up those left behind from the fighting, which means the one Tibbs found are part of something else in the building. He looked at Tibbs. You can't simply breathe and consider it enough. It's letting me control my emotions. How about the big ones? The ones where you go out of control? The sorcerer asked. Like when you get a new element? This isn't about dealing with all this. This isn't about dealing with This isn't about dealing with all this emotion around them. It's about learning to maintain control under extraordinary circumstances. Okay. Are the coins to unlock the boss room? Jekyll asked, placing himself between the two of them. The sorcerer glared at the fighter. Maybe. They might make the boss easier, Tibbs said, happy for the reprieve and thinking of the cabinet key. Finding the exact way to open the lock might be what that had been hinting at. We won't know until we reach that door and work out the puzzle, Don said. What was this attack about? Mez asked. That gong. Was that us triggering something? And I don't need that. All the doors have opened, Comdar said, returning from the intersection. There are too many of them to have been part. There are too many for all of them. For all of them to have been part of this attack. Maybe this was a timed event, Dawn said. I agree. The cleric glared at Jackal, and as I attempted to warn you, the trigger was touching them, as it was in the permit office. It's not like we could have not touched them, Jackal protested. There were just too many of them. So what decides the time of when the what decides when the gong sounds? The arena uses something like that to make this to mark the start and end of fights, Jekyll said. It's early for the end of a day, Mez pointed out. You are forgetting that the orb representing the sun, that would be a U, was set earlier on our first time here, Komdar said. The dungeon might have yet to adjust this building to reflect the adjustment. But how would the dungeon know businesses work based on the sun's business worked based on when the sun's up? Jekyll asked. It's not like there's anything in here that would tell him that. But you runners do love to talk, Stowe replied. Why are you responding to them demanded. Because I'm bored. Normally, I'd be working on something during these boring parts, but you are forcing me to stay at your side when you're here. The way this is going, because of you, I won't have a fifth floor by the time they are ready for it. You are staying here because I do not trust you not to cause another room like the one here. Left to your own, you'll simply go about throwing essence together without care for the results. It was one room, Stowe protested, and only one time. I don't understand how you became so wild in how you handle essences, in the essences you have. Kenny chuckled and whispered, oh, I have a good idea how he got that from. Where he got that from. And you, the dam snapped. You are supposed to ensure things are done the way they have been established. How could you lose control of him like this? Hey, don't talk to Ganny like that, Stowe objected angrily. You have no idea how hard I've made things for her. You have no idea what I'd have done if she hadn't been there to stop me. He did rub his temple in response to Don's raised eyebrow and hoped he got the significance. I have seen the mess of the rules you've made under your assistant's tutelage. I can. Well, imagine what you'd do without. You are this close to me deciding you are wild and ending you. And we're grateful for the opportunity to show that we can work within the rules, Getty said in a placating tone. But aren't we here to observe this run? Arguing like this made you miss that the fighter and cleric went through a few of the rooms. Jekyll exited further, rubbing his wrist. The drawer was trapped, wasn't it? Tibbs asked, as Komdar exited another one. It broke on my wrist, but it still stings. There were 3 of those faceless coins. One in the room I searched. The cleric handed an essence potion to Dawn. Did it have a trap? Indeed, Komdar smiled. But it was secreted away, therefore plain for me to sense. I'm the first in the other rooms, Tibbs said, just to make sure no one gets hurt. And that concludes chapter 92 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story and the others in the series, they are up for free on Royal Road, as well as available, well, book 1 is available on Amazon at this point. If you want to read ahead of what's on the Royal Road and support me in the process, that is, on my Patreon, where we're about 20 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. All links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Oh, right, I did forget to do that. Atoll. Station, everyone. Battle station. We have 29 allies. We're going up against 18 enemies. And we are off. Sigma's in first place. Meowfa takes that over. Monobear's in third and now in second. Meowfa is in first. Sigma's in second, taking over, pushing Monobear down to third. And I don't even get kills in. Oh, darn. Alrighty. Meowfa is in first place with 10 kills. Sigma OS in second with 5 assists. And Monobear is in third with 4 kills. We've got gold twice. Do we have the Lady Knights? And oh, Natikun? A Dr. Derp? Hey, Bluer! Welcome to the battle. You get gold. And, yep. Then, Monobear also gets gold. And we move on to me collecting scrolls. Aren't you jealous? And then a hard battle on the way to the skin chest. Singles means it is time for my lion. I don't care what it's supposed to be, it's a lion. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. All right. Sorry, I had to. Hey, really? What captcha? Let's deal with this. And you know what? I'll deal with this later. All right. Sorry, I got sidetracked with part of that. Anyway. All right. Moving on to the next chapter. All right. So I am confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting, with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 41 of The World Which Is. I wake up without debuff, so that's a good way to start the day. Ellen is the only one in the bed, and there isn't another bedroll on the floor, so she was right. Brandon slept in someone's bed. The Addy sits oddly with me. As I wash using the wash basin. The water's cool, but it stays clean, so that's another good thing. It's going to take time to get used to the idea that daily showers are no longer a thing for me. I don't know if I could talk to someone just to share their bed. Just to share their bed. I mean, sleeping in a bed would be nice, but using sex to get that feels not right. As clean as I can get with a magical wash basin, I equip a set of clean clothing, which brings up the issue of how I'm going to clean my clothes. Somehow it didn't occur to me on the way to Toronto and while there, but I only have 2 clean sets left. I reach the dining room to the sound of hooting and clapping. I can't make out who there are cheering, but as that dies down, a violin plays and Silver sings. With a flash of white and sky turned red, the world they knew was dead. Through chaos high and ordered force, the lost travelers set forth. She's singing about the first days of the system. There are a lot of versions of the song, depending a lot on the kind of story they want told. Yeah. Okay. The singer. Well, okay. Let's write this. Singer wants to tell. Damn it again. None of the one I've heard are entirely wrong, but they aren't entirely right either, according to Bayes and Grandpa Lewis, both of whom lived through those early days. Dad has nothing but bad things to say about those days, but he's the only one around me who feels like that. It was rough, they all admit that, but from what they experienced, more people came together than fell on each other. Grandpa Lewis and Bayes traveled from somewhere way south, around a city that was called Houston, all the way to outside Calgary, where Grandpa Steph lived with Dad and his brother. They got to meet and help a lot of people on the way. People sing with her, but no one seems to follow the same verses, so I can't tell which one she's singing about. Brandon is at the bar holding the innkeeper's hand and leaning in close. A guy just a little older than I am steps before me as I reach it. How much for breakfast? I asked. Pretty much however you want to spend, he replies. We have the basic stuff all the way to stuff that'll give you travel buffs, fighting ones. We even have a mage meal. A mage meal. If you need your spell buffed, it's $5 for a basic breakfast. And I take the plate of steak, eggs, and sliced potato with a cheese sauce over it, along with a tall mug of apple juice to the first free table I find. I think Silver's singing about the eastbound adventure now. It's not about Grandpa. It's not about Grandpa Lewis directly, although once he met up with his family at the farm, they all got into Bayes, along with the refugees who didn't want to stay in Calgary because of how cold it was, or so Bayes likes to scoff, and headed east to find Grandmother. They didn't know if she'd survive, but, well, Grandmother's tough. No, Grandmother is tough. Brandon plops on the seat opposite mine with a platter similar to mine, but only more so. Eat up, he tells me, before digging in. Did he even pay for it? With money, I mean. Was it easy? I ask when he slows and between bites of my own. The food is good. Talking her into sharing her bed with you, I add at the raised eyebrow. You have a problem with that? He replies defensively. No, I just good, he says and goes back to eating. Goes back to eating. Okay, that could have, he sighs loudly. Look, Dennis, I wasn't judging, I swear. I hurry to say, I just don't think I could do it, sleeping with someone to have a bed and a meal. He studies me. Then you don't. You need to get something. Outside the cities, out here, it's wild. There aren't any rules except those you decide to live by, and you need to accept not everyone is going to live by them. Okay. There aren't any rules except those you decide to live by, and you need to accept not everyone's going to live by them. He waits, and I nod. You aren't okay with sleeping with someone just for a bed and a night of fun? That's fine. I have no problem with it. And if I've shown them a good enough time, they're willing to give me breakfast. That's just a bonus. Don't you think sex should be special? It always is, he replies between bites. No, I mean, I know what you mean, Dennis. And if it has to be that kind of special for you, that's fine. I make it special each and every time. He is just that amazing, Ellen says derisively, sitting down with only a steaming cup in hand. And a good morning to you too, sis. What crawled up your ass and soured your mood? Remembering I'm traveling with you? You didn't sleep well? I ask, cutting off Brandon's reply. It's been a while since I traveled, she replies, and I'm reminded why I hadn't done it again. Brandon looks at her with a smirk, but he doesn't offer for her to go back home, which I'm surprised at, even if he did ask for her help. It feels like the kind of thing he'd offer, just as a barb. Is there something we can get you that's going to make it better? I offer, and she looks at me in surprise, then at Brandon. I can see her almost saying something to him, but she closes her mouth. That's considerate of you, Dennis. she says, but I'll get used to sleeping on a less than perfect bed, and hopefully Silver will earn stronger traveling spells, and all my aches will be gone with a song. Cheering explodes, and Ellen winces. Just remember, she needs to spend time practicing combat magic, Brendan says. I'm sure she can do both, Ellen replies. You're the only person I know with such a one-track mind. What's the plan for today? I ask Brandon because he's about to throw more snark. He pulls his attention off her and takes a breath. Walking. As soon as we're done eating, we get our stuff and head out. With Silver's travel buff, and not spending too much time sitting, I'm hoping we reach the split before all the inns are filled. I'll be good to go in a minute, Silver says, sitting. Her plate has 3 burritos and she devours one immediately. We can wait until you're done. I say, no need to rush, right? I'm not rushing, she replies, picking up the next one. I'm famished. I came down to eat, but when one of them saw my case, they begged me to play. She grins. Made nearly 300 in tips. Tips. Okay. In tips, though. By the time Brandon's done whistling, the burrito's gone. Then let's finish up and hit the road. We pass caravans stopped on the side of the road for nearly 2 hours after we leave the inn. Those who pushed through the night, Brendan explains, either because they didn't want to bother with the inn or because there was no space left. Then it's just us and the open road, and I take in the plain on each side. Brendan has to call to me a few times as my steps slow. The green is pale and vibrant all at the same time and goes on as far as I can see. There are hills and cups of trees, but it's mostly just grass. Then there's a distant herd grazing. This is so different from home, or the road to Toronto. Back home, it's farmland just about until the tree line all around. There are places with fields between, but nothing this vast. Grandpa Lewis often often for often had that expression when he talked about the whole wide world, a distant look with a small smile on his face. I think I finally get it. This is beautiful in a completely different way than Court is. Brendan calls to me again, but like before, there's no impatience or anger in his tone. This time, when I reach them, he places an arm over my shoulder and leans in to whisper, "Welcome to the world of the explorers." And that concludes chapter 41 of The World Which Is. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to read the story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon. We're about 10 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. This needs to be PDF. Okay. Hey, Tuddles. How much writing I do? Very impressive. Not great at finishing what you start. Well, first, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Second, are you doing this for a living? If not, not finishing is, less important. I mean, I think it's a good place to aim for, but you also have to find your way of getting there. You know, if you write for the fun of it, having fun to me will be more important than reaching the conclusion. And the thing is, the more you do it, the better the odds are that you will figure out how to how to reach that conclusion. But yeah, first and foremost, have fun. All right, let's do that. Oh, right. First, I need to do this. That's going to be March what? March 10th. There you are. You know what? I wonder. Okay, that's not good. That's. All right. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 31 allies. We're going up against 14 enemies. And we are off. Taliadub is in first place. Ivy Not Me is in second. And Blue or Sweet takes over third. And then we're done. Holy cow. Taliadub is in first place with 7 assists. Ivy Not Me, and Blue or Schweez are tied in second place with 1 kill each, which means that everybody else is in third. We have Bombers, Vampires, and Buster. Oh, wait. Vampires. Do we have a reliable battle within this battle? No. No reliable battle within this battle. Bombers and Busters are not currently claimed by anyone. So, Spider gets busted. Ivy, not me, gets Vampires, and Blue or Schweed has been bombed. And we move on to the next. Oh, to a very hard battle on the way to the skin chest. And I'm still on singles, so time for my... Really? What the hell? Like, how is this a very hard battle? 9 enemies. Level 20. We're going to have 24 at the very least. Like, does this not know how to deal with the situation? It's like, how is this a very hard battle? Alrighty. So, half an hour to see how this turns out. Okay, that is done. Actually, cancel that. It's not actually done. That one is done. And I'm going to have to bring back Breaking Step because I need to do the... Well, try to do that. And now we're on Once Broken. And of course, I forgot to do that. And Once Broken, so 22, 23, big chapters again. So, I will confirm the microphone is on. Turn off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. Confirming I'm on the correct image. I am starting the recording and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today, I am doing chapter 22 of Once Broken. The day after the celebration, the 2 dead were thanked for their service, which consisted of them being brought to the house, laid down at the foot of the builder and the learner. Ayala spoke to them, then the small crowd within the building. Alex tried to follow what she said, standing at the back, but his grasp of the language was still too basic. Afterward, the body were placed on pyres, plural, there's more than one, built outside, and they were burned. The small victory the Somalian played a role in led to an increase among the people Alex had to train. So, over the following weeks, he had to rearrange the group, dividing it into multiple smaller ones, with experienced fighter teaching the new ones. He was glad is conned to convince Jacoby to handle the gun training worked because his hands were starting to get really full. Yeah, his hands were starting to get full. He even ended up with a handful of children wanting to learn, but except for the older two of them, they ran off to the town the moment they got hurt. Alex worried he'd have to deal with irate parents, but he never heard about it. He continued learning the language with the children, getting better, but nowhere near fast enough for his liking. He only understood enough to work out every few phrases he heard, and he no longer wanted to have to rely on Rick Eric for translation, not after the incident during the celebration. Rick Eric seemed to have moved on, but Alex wanted to maintain distance between them. The child said something. Alex repeated it, and the other children giggled. He couldn't pronounce most of the words. He lacked the muzzle and voice, the muzzles that shaded them, and his voice box couldn't create the rumbling that was part of their language. The canting of her head meant a question. He'd at least worked out the meaning of most head and ear motion. He recognized the word for fur, but none of the rest. After a moment, she pointed to his arm, and he offered it to her. She placed hers next to it. Her fur was the pale blonde that was common with many of the Somalians here. Also, like many, she had splotches. Hers were black. She ran a hand through her fur, then moved over his skin, canting her head. He smiled, understanding the question now, but he had no idea how to convey the answer. Fortunately, Sartos was now hung around the class, ready to help him. I don't have fur. He gave Sartos time to translate. Humans only have fur on their head. He ran a hand through his brown hair. It was due for a trim. He ran a finger on his chin and made a face at the bristle, and here too, if I let it grow. She took hold of one of his harness strap and moved it aside, revealing a line of paler skin. Alex opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He'd run out of tanning pills long ago, weeks ago, so his skin only remained dark where exposed to the sun. He looked at Sartos. I have no idea how to explain tanning to her, or tan lines, since my harness keeps that section of skin out of the sun. Do Somalians tan? Or I guess the sun would bleach the color from your fur instead. Yes, our fur gets darker if we spend most of our time inside or wearing clothing, the reverse of your harness. It happened to me when I was in the city. Humans require that we wear clothing as they do there. Alex nodded and listened to Sartos speak to the child. She ended with a very human quizzical expression on her face. As you can imagine, she hasn't seen anyone with fur not bleached by the sun. Even those who wear tool harness only wear them when they work. The child continued moving the harness strap as she moved her hand down, exposing more pale skin. Then she let go of it and reached for the waistband of Alex's shirt. Stop, he said in Somalian. He couldn't do the ear thing, though Somalian had to deal with telling someone to stop when they weren't looking. The child stopped moving, canting her head. Alex gently took her hand and moved it away. He had to say the rest in standard. That part of my anatomy is off limit to children. Now even Sartos looked at him quizzically. I know no one here covers those parts, but if you let kids' normal curiosity lead to exploration of your private part, don't tell me. I can deal with a lot, but that's one thing I don't want to know about. He hadn't seen anything like that, for which he was grateful. Alex turned the child's hand, and the bracelet she wore dangled, the small golden sphere on it oscillating. He looked around, and all the children watching him had such bracelet. The adult in attendance had necklaces with golden sphere on it, or one in their ear pavilion. Does everyone wear a representation of the source? He looked at Sartos when she spoke Somalian. She was translating instead of answering him. The child looked at her bracelet and spoke. The cadence gave the words a sense she'd repeated them often. There was something about being part of. He lost the thread after that. He looked at Sartos. That's too advanced for me. She indicated her ear, which had half studs on each side of the skin, making the sphere. We show our connection to the source by them. They are a reminder we are part of a greater community than simply us, this town, or even this planet. That everyone is connected to everyone else through the source. Alex nodded and filled the information away, going back to the lessons. After another 2 weeks, he could follow simple conversation if the people spoke slowly. It helped that other than the children from the classes, Alex spent most of his time with the fighters he trained. When he joined them at the tavern, they made sure to keep the conversation to a level he understood. And they'd also picked up a little standard, so he didn't always have to mangle their language. They were at a table in a corner, Alex against the wall, with a view of the door and the seats on each side vacant. Somalian were tactile, constantly touching each other as they spoke, but none of them seemed comfortable touching Alex unless they were fighting. Figured his lack of fur made him too alien for them. Roderick had been the only one who'd sat next to him and touched him. It hadn't been sexual or even suggestive. A shoulder bump, a hand on his arm, same as the others did among themselves. And before he'd realized the Somalian was interested in him, Alex had been okay with it. Now he was happy Eric wasn't joining them. But the lack of touching made him miss Tristan's touch even more. He didn't care that each one had been an act of calculated to make Alex want him. He wanted Tristan to touch him right now. What? Alex looked around the table, the silent table, the expectant eyes on him. The Somalians burst out laughing. Alex Farr, Jandin said. People here, not away. And the people here should say interesting things, he mumbled before sipping his mug. It was fruit juice, the base for one of the alcoholic drink. He got head canting as a response, but didn't bother explaining. Ask a question, Jandin said. What Alex do? I teach you how to fight. The negative tilt of the ear, he pointed up. There. Space. Alex looked in his mug, working out what he could say. As comfortable with violence as they were, he didn't think they'd understand the level to which he and Tristan immersed themselves in it. I'm a coercionist, he finally answered. The exchange of looks told them they didn't understand. I work with computers, make them do what I want. They spoke among each other, the conversation becoming fast and excited. Alex understood computer, since it was one of the few standard language words that had become part of their language. That's going to sound better. Since it was one of the few words in standard that had become part of their language, and wondered how, since they didn't have one. You fix computer, the maroon-furred Somalian with pale gray stripes asked. He was older, one of the recent additions to the training. Alex shrugged. Sometimes. Fix one now? There isn't a broken computer right now. Was he asking for it, or was he asking for a demonstration? All broken. Alex looked at him. The only computer you have is the weather station, and it's working fine. Jandin, the most fluent at the table, gave a halting translation. Others broken, this other Somalian said. What other computers? Alex asked. You don't have any other computers. I know. He'd spent enough time listening for them when he'd arrive, hoping for something to talk to the network with. Weather stations were dedicated machines, only receiving the weather information without a way or the processing power to get it to talk to anything else. The arrival of the shuttle with its functioning comm system had saved his sanity. 6 computers, Jandin said, in that way that asked how Alex hadn't known about it. How come I can't hear them? Head canting. Quizzical looks. Alex lifted his hair to show the patch of skin. He tapped it. I can hear computers. I'd know if there were computers here. Broken, the older Somalian said after another halting translation. Jandon hadn't sounded confident, and Alex hadn't understood most of it. No power? He asked in Somalians. Off. Why off? Turn on, Torbrim said, word appear. Stop moving, turn off, turn on, same. How long? Torbrim shrugged, looked around, head canted. Long time, the older Somalian answered. First, just slow, then slower. Now stop. Alex tapped a finger on the table. When did this start? Before or after the corporations arrived? No, never mind, it's after. They brought the technology. Was it after Leisure Tech arrived? Is this linked to them trying to pressure you into giving in to their demands? They hadn't understood him. Alex doubted even Rigerick would have. And he realized that Leisure Tech had no reason to cause this. Who would they call with a working connection? The law? SpaceGov wasn't here, only the corporation, so it was the law stand-in, and a working computer was to Leisure Tech's advantage. It meant they could call the moment they had enough of being attacked. Did anyone, he switched to Somalian, did humans offer to fix? Negative tilt of the ear. So either the corporation wanted them unable to talk to anyone else, or for some weird reason, they weren't aware this was happening. If they weren't aware, this wasn't a corporate attack, and if it had been, they would have left one channel open so the town could call in their savior. I look? The older Somalian agreed eagerly. He and Jandon led him to the computer in the closest home. It was on a desk with enough dust on it to show it hadn't been used in recent times. It was so old, Alex didn't recognize it, finding out it was Celeron only after dusting it off and seeing the name on the casing. This had to predate his birth. He turned it on and just watched the screen. As explained, word appeared, a script he only recognized because he'd seen it written on paper Somalians used, but he didn't understand it. After half a dozen lines of what had to be the startup check, something that should happen so fast they couldn't be perceived, nothing else happened. He shut it down, deactivated any recording capability on his implants, and turned the computer back on, listening to it. From the start, its voice was distorted and stretched to the point it was a low hum. It happened so fast, too fast for him to get a sense of what caused it. He took out his datapad, partitioned it, and connected to the computer. The new partition immediately filled with code, even if the computer couldn't do anything. The code kept replicating once he disconnected the pad from the computer. He let it continue until his datapad started to slow down. He froze the partition, cut apart the code, caged that, and deleted the partition. He brought up the cage and let the program in it run. In no time, the cage was filled with replicated code. No wonder the old Celeran had been overwhelmed. What? Jandon pointed to the code on the pad screen. Alex studied the code. That's a malicious program. It was simple but elegant. The coder who'd written it was skilled. It's what's causing the computer to stop working. He realized this was beyond Jandon's comprehension, but before he could figure out how to simplify it, a new voice was speaking, translating. Alex looked behind him to see Eric in the doorway. His expression was neutral. Can you fix it? Rigerick asked. Alex looked at the code on his pad again. I'm going to need a more powerful computer, but yes, I can. I don't know how long it'll take, though. He shut down the computer and hurried to exit, feeling Rigerick's eyes on him the whole time. He heard the laughter from the two other Somalians, and Jandon said something to which Rigerick snapped an angry response. Unfortunately, Alex now understood just enough Somalian to know what the jab had been about, so he didn't need this complication, this temptation. Jacoby looked up from the work he was doing. The outside of the hover was without panels now, many of the components pulled out, newer ones on a tarp, waiting to go in. Alex hoped there wouldn't be a need to fly anywhere for some time, because this didn't look like it would be quick to put back in place. Jacoby raised an eyebrow, then looked at the sky. It's not dark yet. What are you doing back here? Your new friends throw you out? Fuck off, Jake. Don't Jacoby snapped his mouth shut and went back to work. Alex sat at the control and was pleased that even with the work Jacoby was doing, the power was still on. He didn't want to use the other hover for this. This was time. This was a time when he didn't want a connection to the network. Most coder put instruction for their programs to call home so they could keep track of how it was proceeding, and some could work around shutdown comm system. The hover's broken system guaranteed the program wouldn't talk to anyone but him. Alex created a partition within the hover system, walled it off, then added security to ensure the malicious program couldn't escape. From the little he'd seen of its code, if it found a way out of that cage, it would fill the hover system so fast Alex wouldn't have time to stop it. He released the code into the cage and set to work. First, he tried to erase it, but as he expected, it reproduced faster than he could cope. He released antibodies, but even that was too slow and got eaten up. By then, the cage was filled and he could barely make out the code anymore. He wiped it, reinserted the code, and slowed the system as much as it would go. For all intent, the hover was now inoperable, but he could watch the code work, saw it bloom around itself. Yeah, this was going to take a while. Part of what made this take longer was that Alex had to go from one hover to the other to do his research. It would be easier to bring the other hover out of the forest and closer, but Jacoby had removed so much of it, it couldn't fly anymore. He confirmed this wasn't a corporate operation, or at least not one using code that had been collected before. The database of which corporation used what kind of code and grammar was extensive, and new code didn't operate for long before being added to it. As much as corporations didn't want their own code to end up in it, they depended on the database to know who was attacking them. It also confirmed this wasn't a known code, so not a large operation, and no one who'd encountered it before with information on how to deal with it. So it was back to basic. Cut and study coding. Building a custom antibody designed specifically to deal with this program. He worked on it every day before training, with Jacoby having to pull him out when the fighters were assembled. Then he went back to it in the afternoon instead of taking part in the classes and going to the tavern. This was a convenient way to avoid Rick. Alex didn't like the way he was reacting to the Somalian. The temptation kept growing as the Somalian became a better fighter, as he managed to cut Alex more often. He couldn't avoid Rick during training, but the rest of the time he didn't have to tempt himself. He was Tristan's, he reminded himself, no one else's. After a week, he had something he was confident would work, only to have it be overwhelmed when he released it into the infected computer. He'd made the mistake of thinking a small sample inside a cage would be the same as a fully infected computer. It had been too long since he'd done this. 2 weeks later, he had a more robust program. The woman who lived in the home watched him as he released the program into the computer. His program worked, you could see that, but it was slow. It had to compensate for the almost frozen processor, but after a few hours it was picking up speed as more of the malicious code was broken down. I check tomorrow, he told the woman. Keep on. Fixed? She asked, hopeful. Maybe. No tomorrow. Alex turned and froze. Rigoric stood in the open doorway. This couldn't be good. Alex walked toward him and had to stop when Rigoric didn't move. Really? More? The Somalian spoke to the woman, but Alex didn't understand one word of it. She answered, and again Alex didn't understand it. You've gotta be fucking kidding me, he sighed. Had they purposely kept part of their language hidden from him so they could talk around him like this? Rigoric canted at his ear. Kidding means joking. He searched for Alex, who stepped back. The woman was used that opportunity to slip around Rigarik and out the home, leaving the two of them alone. Who is joking? You, them, he answered in exasperation. You're not teaching me Somalian, are you? What is it? Some sort of shortened, simplified version? Rigarik canted his head again. You learn Gerlin. So that's what you call what you're teaching me? It's a kid's language? Grelonian is my language. Alex rolled his eyes. It isn't what you spoke with her. I'd have understood at least some of that. So what did you speak with her? Some sort of code? I speak Rolanger with Nenir. So what did you tell her you didn't want me to understand? I say I want to talk with you. She asked, I do elsewhere. I do it. She asked, I do elsewhere. I do it elsewhere. I say I will take you with me. Alex glared at him. And you couldn't say that so I'd understand it? Her Grolining is weaker than you. Easier I speak Orlar. Oh man. Rolager. How can her Somalian be worse than mine? She grew up here. She from mountain region. Not here, not long. Come for mate. Alex closed his eyes and forced his exasperation down. This didn't make any sense. Why would her being from another region matter? She's from the same planet. I'd get it if she had a regional accent, but she's still Somalian. Rigarik looked as confused as Alex felt. Here, speak Grolanin. Where Nenir is born, speak Orlarger. Different place, different language. Swamp different, forest different, other plains different, language different. That normal? No, it isn't. Everyone speaks standard. That's why it's called standard. How everyone speaks same language? Because Space Govs make sure everyone does. Alex rubbed his face. How could Rigarik not know that? What's Space Gov? Alex stared at him. What do you mean? What is it? It's everything. It controls the whole of space, enforces the laws, makes sure everyone talks the same. You've never heard of it? Negative flick of the ears. How can you not? Alex smiled. Oh, the bastards. Of course Legitech isn't going to let you find out about them. You know what? I'm going to change that. Because there's been other corporations here before. Of course corporations aren't going to let you find out about them. You could get SpaceGov involved, and then they'd have to play by the rules. Rigarik canted his head. Never mind, Alex said. It isn't like you can call them anyway. Any communication on this planet has to go through a corporate node, and that's going to be supervised to make sure SpaceGov never gets involved. Rigarik motioned up. Everyone speaks same? I'm guessing there's a few primitive planets. They'll have their own language still, but yeah, if they have access to space, they speak the same language. Rigarik looked at him with what Alex could only interpret as shock. How many languages does Somalia have? Rigarik shrugged. I know Gurlana, Rolagar, Klekturk, many others. Alex indicated the computer. But you have those broken. It wasn't always. What do you use them for? Call family who went away, friends, mates. But you can talk to everyone else on the planet, in space, the whole of the universe. Why? Alex opened his mouth and found he didn't have an answer. He was so used to it that he'd never considered why someone else might need all those possibilities. I don't know. To find out what's out there, out of curiosity. What version does Tristan speak? Human. No, he spoke something like what you did. Rigarik canted his head, and Alex tried to recall when he'd heard Tristan speak it. It was in the city, so I guess you haven't heard it. When he looked back at Rigarik, The Somalian was close to him. Alex placed a hand on his chest to keep him from coming even closer, wondering why he hadn't even considered reaching for a knife. Rigoric's skin felt hot under his fur. Alex? The Somalian's voice was soft. I am strong. Don't do this. He tried to sound stern as he pushed Rigoric back, but all that happened was his hand sinking deeper into the fur. I am strong enough. Unlike the last time, Rigoric didn't reach for him, but his desire was visible in his eyes. I'm not Somalian. I know. The words were breathed with desire in them. Alex growled at Rigoric, or at himself. He didn't know. He pushed harder, and the Somalian backed up a step. I told you, I'm taken. Rigoric sniffed the air. I can smell what you want. Alex opened his mouth, ready to tell him to mind his own business, but a yell of alarm came from outside. There was another other inbound. He and Rigoric ran out to get everyone ready. This concludes chapter 22 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read the book, as well as the others in the series, they are available at all major e-retailer. If you want to support me and get access to basically everything else I've written, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Dr. Derp, welcome to the stream. Your clock has been updated. How are you doing today? Hey, Simba, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? You're doing well. The sun is out. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, battle is ready. All right, we're going to have advertising, Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 49 allies. We're going up against 9 enemy. And this is supposed to be an insane battle. Like, I'm sorry, but what kind of battle is this? We're done. We've won. Like, okay, well. Tattoo Lover is in first place, tied with Mr. Shadowseer. 2 assists each. Tenine and Dax Karma are in second place with 1 kill each. Xerix is in third with 1 assist. We've got gold. Do we have the Lady Rights? How about an Natikun? Is the doctor in the house? The doctor is indeed in the house and gets the gold. Then we have a saint, which no one is currently claiming. So, Spider, you have been sainted. And I get scrolls. Yay for scrolls. And we move on to another hard battle. Sorry, it wasn't insane. It was very hard, but still, it didn't qualify. Another very hard battle before the skin chest. And unsingle still means it is time for my fairy. And let's put ourselves here and see what happens. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this one's going to turn out. I am doing well, thank you. I took the weekend off. Well, I went on vacation this weekend, so working on some writing. Cool. Good to see me stream. That was good timing. Yes. All right, I'll be right back. All right. I will get this chapter started by confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 23 of Once Broken. One at a time, he told himself. Don't look at what's left, just one stone at a time. His father snickered, and Tristan glared at him. It let him see he had close to 300 feet still to go. His hand trembled. Why was this so hard? He could assemble a Corovan LRD 342 with just a screwdriver. He'd taken locks apart and rebuilt them with nothing more than his claws. Why was it so hard to build this fucking wall? The trembling became bad enough, he stepped away from the wall. He took a breath as he paced, willing his hand to settle. Where's my cursor? When it did, he moved to the wall again, one stone at a time. So, his father said, how long are you going to continue wasting your time on this? Hasn't it been long enough? Clearly you can't do this. Tristan tried to ignore him. Placed a stone, made sure it was stable, picked up another one. Come on, boy! Oh, actually, he's whispering. Come on, boy, his father whispered in his ear. You know this isn't what you want to do, what you should be doing. His hand shook. He ground his teeth, trying not to scream. Of course this wasn't what he wanted to do. He wanted to run flash so badly he could taste it. You ever taste Somalian before? He glared at his father. Of course not. He'd never been that desperate for food here. But to feel his claws sink into flesh. Oh, how he wanted to do that, to rip someone apart, be splashed by their blood, to hear them scream. He looked around, looked for someone to stalk, licked his lip at this prospect. It was later in the day than he expected. The fighting Somalians were gone. He didn't hear voices from the shooting range. Where had everyone gone? In the distance, he saw animal grazing in the field, but no herder. He wasn't killing those beasts. They wouldn't offer him any challenge. The town. He would find someone there. He imagined himself hunting down that sandy-furred Somalian, the one who was always around Alex and cutting him. He saw himself do it. Saw Alex scream at him. Tristan winced, the fantasy broken. He glared at the wall and roared. What did Alex have to... Why... What right did Alex have to stop him? None, his father answered. And if you were stronger, if you wanted to make me proud, you'd go prove that right now. He would prove he was in charge. He would show Alex who belonged to whom, would throw him to the ground, rip those pants he had no business wearing, lie over him, move in. He screamed. No, hurt him. He was going to hurt him. He wound back to kick the wall, but snapped his head up. A sound, distant, but distinct. The hum of a misaligned anti-gravity system. Something was flying this way. He forgot the wall. Alex and searched the sky. He found the object still too small to make out details, but it was over the tree line. Seemed to pull in one direction before the pilot compensated. If that person was anything close to competent, it meant the misalignment was serious. The smart thing for them to do was land now, take the array apart, find a unit that was loose, secure it in place, since the odds they had a spare were low. They were human. They didn't plan for something like that. They were human, flying toward him. His breath sped up. His hands were shaking again, but in excitement. Someone was attacking, coming from this side of the town. Alex wasn't going to be able to keep him out of this fight. It was now close enough he could make out the shape, and he slumped. It was an old Camerlan bus. These weren't mercs or the military. They were tourists. His anger returned. He glared at it, then the sky. What? It's too tough to give me a challenge anymore? He yelled. You decided you were going to drive me insane with this wall. What happened to you wanting me dead? His father looked at him in concern. Don't look at me that way. You're imaginary. You don't get to be worried about my state of mind. His father looked offended. The hover slowed as it passed over him. He made out the slight wobbling of the rear left anti-gravity unit. An easy fix, if he did it now. It continued towards the town, stopped midways, and came down to land. He should get back to the wall. Alex wouldn't let him kill a bunch of tourists. Soft-hearted boy. That's what he is. You need someone harder, deadly. He is deadly. He just... Tristan sighed wistfully. He cares. About them, about me. His eyes were getting wet. Are you going to cry, boy? No, Tristan stated, rubbing them. When he moved his hand away, the doors to the bus were opening and people were stepping out. They were too far for details, but something felt wrong. They moved in an orderly fashion. They were controlled. They all wore the same gray color. The jacket didn't flap in the strong breeze, and at their hips, he ran. These weren't tourists, he grinned. These were armed and armored humans, attackers. They headed for the town, and Tristan sped up. He had to reach them first. Alex would know about them now. He wouldn't scold him for killing these people, but if Alex reached them first, he might not leave any for him. Tristan wasn't going to be denied this fight. He roared, and one at the rear glanced over his shoulder. She stopped, barked something, and three more stopped. Trima stopped and turned while the others continued. Not as many as he wanted. He'd wanted all of them to stop him. He wanted a lot of people to kill, but he'd start with those. Two dropped to a knee, putting rifles to their shoulder, while the other two standing aimed their guns at him. He wove left as they fired, then right as they readjusted their aim. A few of the shot grazed him, and he wondered why the heat of the wound didn't cool. With a scream, he jumped at the closest man, rejoicing in the terror on his face as he understood he was dead. Tristan savored the sensation of his claws sinking in the man's throat as he impacted him, fingers closing around the windpipe as they fell back, ripping it out as he rolled off of him. He grabbed the gun hand of the woman who'd first seen him. With a grin, he pushed her hand up, punched the elbow, and with a grin, he pushed her hand up, punched the elbow. All right, this and punch the elbow. Punch the elbow. This is a new phrase. The sound of the crushed cartilage, a balm that washed away the misery of these last month. This he could do. He spun behind her, and she took the blast in his place. At this range, her light armor did nothing to stop the Dolphic perforator's blast. Helmet! He yelled at them as he fired in the man's face. What is it with you and never wearing any helmets? He threw the woman at the blast man, who dodged her, but he looked around near panic. There had been 4 of them against 1 Somalian. Each of them had thought themselves a predator, a killer, someone to be feared, someone who shouldn't be a victim. Tristan grinned at the man, and the human realized he was the victim. The punch was strong enough, it broke the man's neck. You're all victims. I'm the only predator here. He grabbed the perforator and the Kendrick EB-52 handgun before running for the town. As fast as he'd been, this had given the attackers time to reach it. He heard the sound of Ardia's carbine being fired, the distinctive cycling of the EB-52's cooling system between shots, something that sounded like an H-12 and something that someone had a Gunther, an old model. One of the human looked around the corner of the building that served as his cover and fired at people deeper in the town. Tristan grabbed him by the back of the neck and slammed his head through the wall. Yeah, not against, through. Too easy. He wanted one of them to give him a fight, a real one. He moved through another alley where he heard a Vertex Sleek fire. 5 humans, their backs to him. A youngling before them, eyes wild with terror as she pulled on an unconscious adult, trying to pull him to safety. The humans laughed, a sadistic sound. He roared, and the 5 of them spun. Tristan stood still, giving them time to get over their surprise. He waited until they raised their weapon at him before moving, running at them, feeling the heat of the shot as they almost managed to hit him, and the searing pain as the sleek burned a line in his side. Then it was too late for them. He slammed the butt of the rifle in the man's face, grabbed him, and turned, using him as a shield. He grabbed a knife and threw it at another man's neck. He dropped the dead body, went low as the other 3 left fired, punching one in the groin and the other in the stomach as he stood. The last stepped away just before the fist could connect with his throat. So Tristan grabbed the man's HA-12 instead. The man was smart enough to let go, so he didn't lose his hand when Tristan pulled. The man threw a knife, looking grim, determined. Tristan smiled. The few slashes the man managed were slow, clumsy, nothing like Alex's smooth and graceful motion. Tristan grabbed the wrist, twisted until bones broke, and the knife fell out of his hand. With a scream of warning, the youth. All right. Okay. What's going on? Scream of warning, the youth. That's its own line. Tristan kicked the man in the stomach, pulled on the arm as he turned, feeling it pop out of the shoulder, and then heard the flesh rip. He swung the arm at the man behind him, trying to aim while holding his stomach. The impact left a bloody smear on the man's face as he was knocked off his feet. Tristan crushed the man's neck with a foot. The last man was still on the ground, hands over his crotch, blood seeping through them. It wouldn't cause problem. The youth stared at him, eyes wide in awe. Go, Tristan ordered, pointing to the adult and away. More screams, and he ran toward them. He planted his shoulder on the back of a shooter and felt her rib cage cave in as he crushed her against a wall. He felt the narrow heat of a knife barely cutting his back and turned, using the woman's body to bludgeon the man who hadn't been smart enough to plant the knife in instead of slashing. Both bodies were broken beyond recognition by the time he was done. There was still fighting to be done. He followed the sound, ran toward them. He jumped in the middle of a firefight, grabbed hot guns, using them to smash faces, to break limbs. He ripped arms out and blood sprayed over him. He smiled. He couldn't remember being happier then. Okay. He smiled. He couldn't remember being happier. Then all was silent. He let it sink in, breathed in the scent of fresh blood. He finally felt calm, at peace. He saw the wall finished. He saw how each stone fit in it. He knew how to finish the wall. Steps close by. His eyes snapped open. Somalian around him, out of reach. He readied himself. Alex wouldn't be happy with him for hurting them, but he wasn't going to let them attack him without. There was no weariness in their eyes, no fear, no anger, awe, admiration, joy. Those were what he saw there. Then they were talking all at once. He couldn't make out the words in the cacophony, but there was no threat in the tone. He didn't lash out when he was touched. His arms squeezed and patted. The hugs he received. He hated that they touched him, but he endured it. He ignored the sense of arousal through the blood, his and theirs. The fight had caused it, and unless one of them tried something with him, he wouldn't react to any of them. The people around him moved away, toward other voices in the distance. One looked at him over his shoulder, said something he didn't understand, motioned for him to follow. He didn't move. He should go back to the wall, finish it now that he understood how each stone fit into it. But something pulled at him to follow her. How had Alex fared? The sounds were joyful. These people weren't content as he was when these people weren't contented as he was. When he reached the town center, what he saw matched the tone. They were preparing for a celebration. Of course, this wasn't a normal thing for them. That's because they're weak, his father said. If you hadn't... No, they weren't weak. Tristan saw their injuries in the seven dead Somalians. No, they weren't weak. Tristan saw it in their injuries, and the 7 dead Somalian stretched side by side. Okay, that's a lot of side. This one, you know what? Stretched on the side of the space. These people had fought. He found the youth tending to an injured adult, the one she'd pulled to safety. He saw the similarity in their fur now, father and daughter. These people had fought as hard as they had known how. Without him there, they might have died. His father was right about that, but it hadn't taken away their victory. They deserved this celebration. Music came, and a memory joined it. A small room, a stringed instrument being plucked, a woman's voice. He shook it away. Men and women with instruments were seated, playing them, laughing in spite of their injuries. Couples, trios, and more dance. He should have joined. He should have joined in, should have done what he had to, so no one would notice him. He had to blend in. He had to put on a mask, but as much as he should join it. Should join in. Should do what he had to so no one would notice him. He had to blend in. He had to put on a mask. But as much as he watched them, nothing came. Why couldn't he build a mask this time? He'd partied before. Parties were one of the easier way to approach a mark. He'd mixed in, became one of them unnoticed in spite of his alienness. What was different now? Someone handed him a large mug. He sniffed it, smelled the alcohol, downed it. He barely felt the burn as he tried to understand what about this made it impossible for him to blend in. He was one of them, after all. Or was he? It wasn't torture Justin had subjected him to. It had done something to him. His dead father's presence proved that. He didn't even think it was his time in space among humans. This difference began long before that, he thought, at the hand of his father. He felt a hand on his hand and almost growled, but the astringent scent of Celtibar root made him look at her. Though young, she was an adult. Silvery fur with black highlight. She said something he didn't understand. She raised a wooden bowl she held in her other hand, the unguent. She locked her light blue eyes on his. Honored, she said. He looked away, around. Among the celebrant, men and women went to the injured, reverently offered bowls. Some were taken, the greenish unguent applied on wounds. He couldn't hear what they said to each other, wouldn't understand it if he could, but the body language told him all he needed to know to understand the significance of her offering him the bowl. The scent of her desire also made that clear. Strong, she said, and the tone was wistful. Tristan didn't react. He didn't understand her action or desire. He hadn't done anything to attract her to him. What was she trying to do? He searched her eyes, and the answer was clear, innocent. She wasn't looking to manipulate him. All she wanted was him, his body. She wasn't trying to make him desire her. She simply desired him. He could play the part, could play the lover. He hadn't done it often with women, but some jobs had called for it. So he'd made sure he knew how to give them what they needed, so he could get what he wanted in return. He could take her to a private place, could go through the motions she wanted, but doing that with her wouldn't gain him anything. She had nothing he wanted. No one here did. His head snapped up, searching the crowd. There was one person who had something he wanted. He took the bowl from her hand and walked away, ignoring her distress. He walked through the crowd, looking for the one person he wanted to do this ritual with. He wanted Alex. And that concludes chapter 23 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read this book as well as the other in the series, they are available at all major e-retailer. If you want to support me on my Patreon and get access to basically everything I've written, well, that's on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. No, I just got one on my shoulder, but it's a lion. Oh, Ty. Going to be around for a lot less while starting next week, doing double duty at work until there are someone to fill them. Okay, well, thank you for letting me know. I hope work goes well there. Okay, that is done. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 48 allies. We are going up against 35 enemies. Ivy Not Me is in first place. Frostbite is in second. Oh, wait. Shadowseer jumps to first. Ivy takes it away. Sigma's in third. Ivy's back in second. No, in first. Shadowseer is in second. Frostbite is in third. And we're done. We've won. Ivy, not me, is in first place with 12 assists. Mr. Shadowseer is in second place, 8 kill, 3 assists, and Frostbite is in third, 4 kill, 5 assist. We have gold twice. There we have the Lady Wrights. How about an Oh Natikun? A bluer Swede. And do we have a Dr. Derb? No, we do not. The doctor has left the house. Well, the battlefield. Then we have a monk, which is not currently claimed by anyone. So, Satoru, you get monked. Mr. Shadowseer gets gold. And we move on. Oh, to the skin chest. Didn't think we were there yet. Alrighty, so we are up to Lancers, and we will start here. I want to check something real quick. 37, okay. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. I'm actually up to date. This may be a first in a while, but I'm actually up to date. Alrighty. It is lunchtime for me. I will do my best to return within 20 minutes in time to run the battle. Otherwise, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 29 allies. We're going up against 16 enemies. Sigma starts in the lead. Shoehorn is in second. Caroline was in third, but now let's see. Frostbite jumps in first. Sigma's in second. Shoehorn is in. Wait, what? We're done? Really? What's going on with the battles? Frostbite is in first place, 5 kill, 2 assist. Sigma OS is in second place, 2 kill, 4 assist. And Shoehorn is in third, 1 kill, 3 assist. We've got gold. Do we have the Lady Rights? How about an Naughty-kun? A Dr. Derp? Or a Blue or Swede? Well, the gold's up for grab. Fairy, do we have a reliable battle within this battle? No reliable battle within this battle. And nobody is currently claiming the Berserker. So, Ducksab, you get gold. Spider gets fairies. Shoehorn gets to go Berserk. And we go to an insane battle before the gold chest. Alrighty, and singles makes this my lion again, so we're gonna go here. And when I get back from lunch, we'll see how this turns out. Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 26 allies. We are going up against 24 enemies. Dr. Derp is in first place. Zaid the Wolf is in third as Quinn takes over. Oh boy, things shift. Coralize is now in first. Dr. Derp is in second. Zirix is in third. Montre is in third. Dr. Derp is in first. Coralize is in second. Alrighty. Oh, did I die? Yep, I died. And it looks like we gotta wait for them to be in range. Well, on the plus side, it gives us time to heal. And to kill them. There we go, we're done. We've won. Frostbite is in first place, 7 kill, 1 assist. Dr. Derp is in second place with 8 assists, and Kiriki 2000 is in third with 4 assists. Indeed, Dr. Derp. Good game. We have Lego hats. Do we have the Dark Lord of Legos? We do not. We've got fairies. Do we have a reliable battle within our battle? No, no reliable battle within our battle. And then the bomber is not currently claimed by anyone. So, Helpful Onion has been bombed. Zippy gets Legos. Coralize gets fairies. I get scrolled twice. Very nice. We get to go to a gold chest before the boss. Alright, we are on singles. It means it is time for my Lancer. You know what? Let's just go down here where it's closer to the action. And now I need to look into that to be sure. Oh, it's 6 away. And you are going up. You know what? I'm gonna bring these up. Oh wait, no, this is respecial. Right, these are respecialized. They can't. If I want to unlock them, it is down here. So I'm gonna unlock you. And you. I don't think I'm gonna erase you. I'm gonna leave you just like, well, nah. Right, I should have half an hour to see how this turns out. Hey, Master Black, welcome to the stream. You learned how to make beluga videos. Congratulations. I am unsure. It's a YouTube. Look, there's a YouTube channel that hits 10 million sub. Good for them. So, oh, I see. Okay. All right. All this is done. All right. Sorry, had to deal with some stuff. Kumdar. Yes, it is the name of the Cleric of Darkness within the Dungeon Runner series. Now we are moving to Monster and Badman. One of the things that I wanted to do with that series is imply a very large world. But because everything is basically in one location, could only imply it by using, names. Or not necessarily only, but primarily by using names and languages. So I made sure to give my characters, you know, interesting name when I could. The archer is called Mazzano. Um, Tibbs is Tibbs. Uh, he's the rogue. The fighter is called Jackal. Well, Jackie, but he goes by Jackal. And the sorcerer was Karina, and now it is Dawn. Not everybody's going to have an unusual name. What I can, I try. All right. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 29 allies. We're going up against 25 enemies. And we are off. Sigma's in first place. Dr. Derp takes that over. Oh boy. What? Kuei Chen Zhong is in first place. Onati-kun is in second. Dr. Derp is in third. Did I miss Onati-kun coming in? No, I don't see Onati-kun saying hi. Let's see. Frostbite is now in first place. Sigma's in second. Kuei is in Onati-kun takes over third. And with that, we are done. Frostbite is in first place. 6 kill, 4 assist. Sigma OS is in second place. 1 kill, 6 assist. And Onati-kun is in third. 1 kill, 5 assist. We have gold. Do we have the Lady Lights? How about an Onati-kun? Onati-kun gets the gold. Then, Flying Rogue. Bluer is not going to be with us, as this is a loyalty chest. And do we have a reliable battle within this battle? Nope, no reliable battle within this battle. So, Silver the Diamond Witch gets Flying Rogue. I'm Mr. Fluffy to you gets Fairies. And we move on to the boss chest. Alrighty, so time for my fairy. And we are going to start here. And I want to check the quest. Right. And half an hour to see how this turns out. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 33 allies. We're going up against 32 enemies. We're starting to have real battles, but this is supposed to be a boss battle. Anyway, Mantra is in first place, Satoru's in second, Reis is in second, Carlize is in third. And let's see, Reis is now in first, Coralize is in third, Satoru is in second as Coralize takes over first. Reis is in first. Coralize is back in first. Ooh, what the hell was that? Anyway, let's see. Quei Chen takes over first place. Coralize is in second. Reis is in third. And I think we're done. There we go. We've won. Quei Chen Zhong is in first place. 4 kill, 7 assist. Reis is in second place. Somebody's got the wrong icon for me. 9 assist, and Coralize is in third. 4 and 4. We've got gold. Do we have the Lady Knights? A Dr. Derp? A Bluer Swede? Not even Onatikun is there again. Alright. Fairies, do we have a reliable battle within this battle? No, no reliable battle within this battle. And the monk is still unclaimed by anyone. So, Frostbite is in first. Frostbite gets monked, Reis gets fairies, and Quei Chen Zhong gets gold. And we move on to the next map. Ooh, that is done good. Alrighty, so we have a scroll chest here, and I don't have to sacrifice, so we will take the low road. Go. So we start with a hard battle on the way to a token chest. And time for my fairy. How is this a hard battle? I'm sorry, I do not understand the AI for this event. Like, everything is way too simple. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this will turn out. Hello. Yeah. I kind of wish there was a leaner setup. Oh. Oh. Okay, that's what I wanted. Good. That's what I wanted. February, March, April. Yeah, it would be 3 months would be in May, four would be in June. All right. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 38 allies. We are going up against 11 enemies. Monterey takes the first place. Oh boy. Xerix Frostbite is now in second. Sergeant K Dog is in third. And yeah, we're done. Like, really? Come on, give us actual battles. Monterey is in first place with 9 assists. Frostbite is in second place, 4 kills. Sergeant K Dog is in third, 2 and 2. We have gold. Do we have the Lady Knights? How about a Dr. Derp? A Bluer Sweet. Oh, hey, Bluer is back. And he gets the gold. Then we've got a Buster that no one is currently claiming. So, wait, wrong button. Kui Chen Jung, you get the Buster. I have my Lego head. Actually, no, I don't have a Lego head skin. Alrighty, hard battle before the token chest. And this will probably be our last battle today. And singles makes this my lion. You know what? Oh, it is past 2 time to visit the shop. Where anything not level 30 is getting purchased. I'm above, oh boy, I'm not, well, I'm above 20k. I got a refresh, which doesn't give me anything. Oh, darn. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. And now time to look on the viewer side, where anything not level 1 is getting purchased. And I have 4 refresh. Well, okay, 1 stack at the last moment. Yes, I was just talking, and of course, I left my microphone muted. I was asking if you can tell me if the chat readout on the stream looks decent or if it needs to be adjusted. It looks all right. Very cool. Thank you very much. So, Nova Love Rice, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? A bit down? Well, sorry to hear that. I hope the cheering up goes well. What are you doing to cheer yourself up? Drinking tea, tuning into my stream. Very cool. Doing the thing and being confident. Well, I am glad to be helpful. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 40 allies. We're going up against 21 enemies. Come on, give us actual battles. Sigma's in first place. Satoru's in second. Celozir takes over second. Satoru's in second again. Silver the Diamond Witch is in second. Satoru's in third, and we're done. Sigma OS is in first place with 16 assists. Satoru is in second place, 1 kill, 9 assists. Silver the Diamond Witch is in third, 10 kills. We have Paladins and Berserker. Oh, wait a minute. Do we have a Nursing Geek in our battle? No, not today. Then Meow Meow gets Paladins. Kui Chuan Zhong gets to go Berserk. And we get to move on to a token chest as the last battle of the day. Really? Come on. Like there's I swear the AI for this event is kind of screwy. Alrighty. You know what? Since I put that there, let's mark it here. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will be right back. I need to take care of something. That is way better than the first version. This is way, way better. But I wish there was a good social media for introverted writers. Um, what do you mean? Let me throw reels and video of people that you. Ah. Okay. On that, yeah, on that level, I can't really offer suggestion. Like Discord was going to be my option, what I would offer. Like what I would suggest, make a Discord. Um, have you done a search on Google specifically for that? Social media for introverts? Okay, why did you not grab that one? Oh, okay, so you grabbed it. Here's what's going on with this. Anyway. You're like slowly absorbing things. Yeah, no, I get that. And you have searched? Okay. It is good. Tumblr is good for that. You're just on the others to keep in touch with friends across. No, it makes sense. I'm on Tumblr too. Not like I'm mostly there because there's a couple of on comics that get posted there that I haven't tracked down anywhere else that I find convenient. Atoll Station, everyone. Whoops. Battle Station. We have 34 allies. We're going up against 19 enemies. And we are off. Sigma's in first place. Shoehorn is in second. Mope is in third. And we're done. We've won. Like, was there any doubt? Sigma OS is in first place, 18 kills, 3 assists. Satoru is in second place with 11 assists. And Kui Chen Jung is in third with 4 assists. We have, Lego Head. Do we have the Dark Lord of Legos? We do not. Fairy, do we have a reliable battle within this battle? Nope, we do not. And the Lancer is not claimed by anyone at this time. So, Jennymon gets the Lancer, Sigma OS Lego Heads, and Tremere, you get Fairies. And I get Scrolls. And this concludes the battling for the day. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a very hard battle. So I hope to see you then. Wrong button. That, and this. Alright, and we're done. My writing date is done, so let's see whom shall we raid. Wow, there's a lot of people. Alright, well, yeah, let's raid Kiki Hot. Been a while. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Breaking Step in the morning and Inner Discord in the afternoon. So, I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will